السلام عليكم جميعا، صباح الخير. نرجو من أول شيء نرجو الإنصات، شوي هدوء، سايلنت. السلام عليكم، شكرا لحضوركم. إن شاء الله يزهى هذا المؤتمر بحضوركم أولا وبما يقدم من فائدة علمية. نرجو تكرمكم، اللي موجود في الأعلى ينزل قليلا إلى الدرجات الأدنى لأجل التصوير ولأجل أنه يكون الحضور بهي. نعم، الآن سنبدأ الحفل بعد قليل. شكرا جزيلا لإنصاتكم.
Your Excellency Nasser bin Khamis al-Jashmi, Chairman of the Tax Authority and esteemed patron of this ceremony. Your Excellency Anwar bin Hilal al-Jabri, Minister of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, and Chairman of the Board of the University of Technology and Applied Sciences. Your Excellency Dr. Saeed bin Hamad al-Rabi'i, Vice Chancellor of the University of Technology and Applied Sciences. Honored guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a pleasure to welcome you all to our first international conference on business and sustainability, enhancing Oman's investment ecosystem, here at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Muscat. My name is Hana Nasser al-Khayari, and I'm delighted to be your host for the day. Today brings together leaders, decision makers, academics, and innovators to explore how investment, sustainability, and collaboration can shape Oman's future and unlock new opportunities. I encourage you to engage, to connect, and to make the most of every conversation, because often the most valuable ideas begin with a simple exchange. And with that, let us begin. To officially commence this conference, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Khalid bin Salim Al-Abri, Assistant Vice Chancellor of UTAS Muscat, to deliver the welcome speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على خير المرسلين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته جميعا. معالي ناصر بن خميس الجشمي الموقر، رئيس جهاز الضرائب راعي الحفل. معالي أنور بن هلال الجابري الموقر، وزير التجارة والصناعة وترويج الاستثمار، رئيس مجلس جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية. سعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي، رئيس جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية. الضيوف الكرام، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم في رحاب جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية بفرعها بمسقط في افتتاح المؤتمر الدولي الأول حول استدامة الأعمال من خلال تعزيز منظومة الابتكار والاستثمار في سلطنة عمان. هذا الحدث الذي يتجاوز كونه ملتقى علمياً ليشكل منصة استراتيجية تتقاطع فيها الرؤى الوطنية مع التوجهات الدولية، وتستشرف من خلاله ملامح اقتصاد المستقبل الذي ننشده. وإن رعاية معاليكم لهذا المؤتمر تمثل امتداداً لنهج وطني راسخ يؤمن بأن الاستثمار الحقيقي يبدأ بالإنسان، ويتعزز بالمعرفة، ويترسخ عبر الشراكات الفاعلة في بيئة اقتصادية تقوم على الاستدامة والثقة. أيها الحضور الكريم، نقف اليوم أمام مرحلة مفصلية في مسيرة الاقتصاد العالمي، حيث لم تعد التنافسية تقاس بوفرة الموارد، بل بقدرة الدولة أو بقدرة الدول على بناء منظومة متكاملة تتواءم بين الابتكار والاستثمار والسياسات الذكية. ومن هذا المنطلق يأتي هذا المؤتمر ليطرح سؤالاً استراتيجياً بالغ الأهمية: كيف نبني منظومة استثمارية مستدامة قادرة على المنافسة عالمياً ومؤهلة لقيادة التحول الاقتصادي؟ وانطلاقاً من ذلك صمم هذا المؤتمر ليكون منصة رفيعة للحوار والتكامل، يرتكز على محاور جوهرية تشمل تعزيز الاستثمار المباشر وتفعيل الشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص، وتطوير البيئة التنظيمية والتشريعية للأعمال، وهي ركائز تشكل الأساس الصلب لأي اقتصاد يسعى إلى الاستدامة والريادة. كما تسهم هذه المرتكزات في تحقيق مستهدفات رؤية عمان 2040 وتعزيز مكانة السلطنة كمركز إقليمي رائد في مجالات الاستثمار والابتكار. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن ما نشهده اليوم من تفاعل علمي نوعي يعكس مكانة هذا المؤتمر وأهميته، حيث استقبلت اللجنة العلمية للمؤتمر 136 ورقة بحثية تم اختيار 38 منها فقط، بما يجسد مستوى علميا رفيعا وانتقائية دقيقة في المحتوى. كما يجمع هذا الحدث نخبة من الباحثين والخبراء من 7 دول مختلفة في مشهد يعكس عمق البعد الدولي، ويؤكد أن التحديات الاقتصادية المعاصرة تتطلب حوارا عابرا للحدود قائما على تبادل الخبرات، تأكيدا على مرونة بناء الخبرات وتكامل الرؤى. ويأتي اعتماد المؤتمر للنموذج الهجين الذي يجمع بين الحضور الفعلي والافتراضي، تأكيدا على مرونته واتساع نطاق تأثيره. الحضور الكريم، انطلاقا من إيمان جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية بأن البحث العلمي يمثل الركيزة الأساسية للتنمية المستدامة، فقد أولت الجامعة هذا الجانب عناية خاصة وجعلته في صدارة أولوياتها الاستراتيجية، باعتباره المحرك الرئيس للابتكار وأداة فاعلة لصناعة المعرفة وتعزيز الاقتصاد القائم على المعرفة. وفي هذا الإطار حرصت الجامعة على تطوير منظومة الدراسات العليا، حيث تطرح كلية الاقتصاد وإدارة الأعمال برامج نوعية على مستوى الماجستير، من أبرزها ماجستير إدارة الأعمال القيادة والابتكار، وماجستير في الضرائب، في خطوة تعكس استجابة واعية لمتطلبات سوق العمل واحتياجات المرحلة الاقتصادية، وتعزيز الكفاءات الوطنية في مجالات حيوية ترتبط مباشرة بالتنمية والاستثمار. وانطلاقا من هذا التوجه المؤسسي نفخر في فرع مسقط بما تحقق من إنجازات نوعية في المجال البحثي خلال فترة وجيزة، حيث تجاوزت عدد الأوراق العلمية المفهرسة في قاعدة بيانات سكوباس 1000 ورقة بحثية، ركزت ما يقارب 30% منها في مجالات الاستثمار والاقتصاد والأعمال، في دلالة واضحة على موائمة البحث العلمي مع الأولويات الوطنية. كما شهد هذا العام الأكاديمي نقلة نوعية في التمويل البحثي الخارجي الذي قارب نصف مليون ريال عماني، إلى جانب دعم وتمويل الحاضنة العلمية بالشراكة مع شركاء الجامعة من القطاع الصناعي، في خطوة استراتيجية تعزز الربط بين المعرفة والتطبيق، وتسهم في تحويل البحث العلمي إلى قيمة اقتصادية مستدامة. الحضور الكريم، إن استدامة الأعمال لم تعد خياراً، بل ضرورة استراتيجية تفرضها تحديات العصر، وتستلزم منا العمل بروح الشراكة والتفكير برؤية بعيدة المدى، والاستثمار في الإنسان باعتباره الركيزة الأساسية لأي تنمية مستدامة. وفي الختام نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى معالي راعي الحفل على رعايته الكريمة، كما نثمن جهود المنظمين والشركاء والمتحدثين والباحثين، ونقدر حضوركم الكريم الذي يمنح هذا الحدث قيمته الحقيقية، ونسأل الله تعالى أن يكلل هذا المؤتمر بالتوفيق، وأن يثمر عن شراكات فاعلة ومبادرات نوعية تسهم في تعزيز منظومة الاستثمار والابتكار في سلطنة عمان. ومن هنا نؤكد أن ما يؤسس اليوم من فكر وشراكات سيكون بإذن الله ركيزة لما يصنع غدا من إنجاز وأثر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for those inspiring opening remarks and for setting the tone for today's conference. This conference is built through collaboration, shared purpose, and the coming together of institutions that believe in growth and opportunities. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohammed Al-Lawati, Head of the Investment Promotion Department at Invest Oman. Through his work, he contributes to connecting investors with opportunities across key sectors and highlighting Oman's strengths as an attractive and forward-looking investment destination. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Mohammed Al-Lawati.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed academics, researchers, business leaders, a very good morning. It's a true pleasure to be with you today at the first international conference on business sustainability, enhancing Oman's innovation and investment ecosystem, a gathering that is timely, relevant, and deeply aligned with the direction Oman is taking as it builds a more diversified, knowledge-driven, and investment-ready economy. This conference itself reflects this ambition. Its themes span foreign direct investment, public-private partnership, digital transformation, sustainability, and applied research, exactly the intersections where tomorrow's value will be created. Let me begin with a simple proposition. In the 21st century, countries do not compete on cost alone. They compete on capabilities. And capability is built where policy, capital, talent, research, and entrepreneurship meet. That is why this conversation matters. And that is why the partnership between the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Investment Promotion and the University of Technology and Applied Science matters. Because when a ministry responsible for investment sits in the same room with the universities, researchers, innovators, and business leaders, we are no longer speaking about isolated agendas. We are speaking about the architecture of national competitiveness. Today, the most successful investment destinations are not merely those with land, incentives, and infrastructure. They are the ones that can answer deeper questions from the investors. What are those questions? Can you provide future-ready talent? Can your institutions generate commercially relevant research? Can your law system move at the speed of innovation? Can your universities become partners in solving real business problems? These are no longer academic questions. These are investment questions. And these are the questions that determine where capital goes next, inshallah. Distinguished guests, across the world, we are witnessing a structure shift. Investors are looking not only for markets, but for the ecosystem. Not only for projects, but for the platforms to growth. Not only for policy stability, but again for innovation capacity. This is especially true in sectors that will define the next era of economic development: advanced manufacturing, clean energy, logistics, food systems, digital technologies, health innovation, and knowledge-intensive service. In this environment, universities are no longer secondary institutions. In economic development, they are the central sectors and central ones. They produce human capital, they generate research, they incubate ideas, and they host experimentation. In other words, universities are not just places where people prepare for the economy. They are places where the economy itself is being shaped. This is why Oman's future investment competitiveness depends not only on attracting capital, but also on deepening the relationship between higher education, research innovation, and enterprise development. This is not a theoretical point at all. It is embedded in the national direction of Oman itself. Oman Vision 2040 positions the country toward a knowledge-based, diversified, and sustainable economy with a strong emphasis on education, research, competitiveness, and partnership. Official higher education and research policy in Oman also links scientific research and innovation with national competitiveness and the development of a sustainable knowledge economy. Distinguished guests, let us look at where Oman stands today. The macro story of Oman is encouraging. International institutions have pointed to Oman reform progress, resilience, and improving outlook. The International Monetary Fund noted that Oman's reform agenda is advancing under Visions 2040. At the same time, the World Bank's latest outlook for Oman estimated real GDP growth at 2.6% in 2025, driven by the non-oil sector, with inflation remaining continued at around 0.9%, which is very low in comparing to different countries. This matters for investors. It signals a market that is not standing still, but moving with intention. And that confidence is visible in foreign direct investment. According to the initial data from Oman's National Center for Statistics and Information, the cumulative stock of foreign direct investment reached approximately around 31.38 billion Omani riyals at the end of 2025, representing an 8.1% increase over the corresponding level a year earlier. This number is important not only because it is large, it is important because it tells us something very deeper. Investors are responding to direction. They are responding to reforms. They are responding to a market that is becoming more predictable, more open, and more future-oriented. But let us be equally clear. Capital does not remain where capability does not deepen. This is why the next phase is so important. The next phase is not only about attracting more investment, it is about attracting better investments, investments that upgrade the skills, create quality jobs, transfers technology, strengthen local supply chains, improve productivity, support sustainability, and leaves behind capability and dependency. And this is exactly where academic becomes very important matter. Distinguished guests, Oman already has important foundation on which to build. The Invest Oman platform now serves as an official government gateway for major investments, offering investor sectors insights, guidance, and a more streamlined journey from opportunity exploration to project development and expansion. In parallel, Oman has developed institutional mechanism to better align research and innovation with national development priorities. A very good leading example is EJAD, a collaborative platform that connects industry and academic to advance applied science, technology development, and innovation in support of Oman Vision 2040. This is precisely the model we need more of, because when investors see an ecosystem where government is responsive, universities are engaged, research is applicable, skills are aligned, and innovation has institutional pathways. They do not just see allocation for business, they see allocation for growth, and it change everything. Distinguished guests, there is another reason this conference is so significant. The conference theme and paper themselves show that Oman's academic community is not discussing sustainability and investment in abstract terms. The program includes work on AI-enabled ESG, signaling green energy investment, startup ecosystems, strategy execution, technology transfer, digital transformation, etc. This is exactly the kind of applied intellectual agenda that can strengthen national investment competitiveness, because it speaks directly to the needs of firms, sectors, and policymakers. This is the message that I want to emphasize today. Research becomes economically powerful when it is connected to a use case, and investment becomes developmentally powerful when it is connected to knowledge creation. That is the bridge we should outline and continue building. And universities can help build this in at least 5 ways. First, by producing graduates with the skills that emerging sectors actually need. According to WIPO's Global Innovation Index in 2025, Oman ranked 12th globally in the share of graduates in science and engineering, and WIPO highlighted again Oman as standing out for its human capital and supportive business environment. This is a very strategic strength. But talent is not only about quantity, it is also about relevance. What matters now is whether these graduates are connected to live industrial challenges, commercial technologies, and market opportunities. Second, universities can become stronger engines of applied research and commercialization. Again, WIPO's Oman profile also indicates that the country reached about 655 full-time equivalent researchers per million population in 2023, which is 3 years back, a substantial increase from the year before. That tells us that research capacity is growing. Third, universities can strengthen the innovation culture itself. Not every student will become a founder, but every graduate entering the economy should be occupied to identify efficiency, solve problems, use data, adapt to technologies, and contribute to organization renewal. Fourth, universities can become trusted partners for investors already in Oman. Many investors do not only need employees, they need research partners, testing partners, training partners, and innovation partners. And fifth, universities can contribute to the credibility of Oman's long-term economic story. When global investors see active conference, relevant research, and institutions engaging with real market questions, they gain confidence that the country is building depth, not just visibility. This is why the relationship between business sustainability and investment deserves to be framed properly. Sustainability is not a public relation layer at the end of an investment story. It is a part of the investment decision itself. Investors today are asking, how resilient is the business environment? How prepared is the workforce? How strong are governance systems? How serious is the market about digital transformation? And how effectively can an institution collaborate? In this sense, sustainability is not separate from competitiveness. It is one of its modern forms, and Oman has a real opportunity on that. How? Our strategic location is well known. Our logistics assets are well established. Our industrial ambitions are advancing. Our clean energy and green hydrogen potential are growing. And our institutions are become more connected to the needs of a diversified economy. The opportunity now is to ensure that this progress is matched by a stronger pipeline of knowledge-driven value creation. That means more partnership between companies and universities, more challenge-driven research, more internship models linked to priority sectors, more support for commercialization, more shared spaces where investors, policymakers, research, and entrepreneurs can solve problems together. And perhaps more importantly, it means changing one mindset. We should no longer ask only, how can universities support employment? We should also ask, how can universities support investment readiness, sector transformation, and economic complicity? That is a much more powerful question, and it is a question worth of this audience. Distinguished guests, as the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Investment Promotion, we see investment promotion not simply as function of marketing opportunities only. It is also a function of shaping confidence in the policy environment, confidence in institutions, economy, talent, and execution. and confidence grow when investors see that Oman is building a coherent ecosystem, one where government reforms, business ambition, and academic capability reinforce one another. That is why platforms such as this conference matters. They matter because they create alignment, they matter because they turn parallel conversation into shared agendas, and they matter because they help us move from isolated excellence to coordinated national impact. So let this conference be more than a forum for presentations, speeches. Let it be a platform for partnership. Let it be a marketplace of ideas linked to actions. Let it be a place where researchers meet implementers, where students meet industry, where policymakers hear evidence, and where investors find capability, and where Oman's next generation of growth is not only discussed by speeches, presentations, but designed in close to this. Oman's investment story is becoming stronger. Its reforms story is becoming clearer. Its innovation story is becoming more visible, and its education and research institutions have an important role in shaping what comes next. The future belongs to economies that connect knowledge to productivity, innovation, to enterprise, and sustainable to growth. That is the task before us, and that is the opportunity before Oman. On behalf of Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Investment Promotion, I extend my appreciation to the University of Technology and Applied Science for hosting this important conference, and to all researchers, academics, and business participants, students contributing to this timely dialogue. We look forward not only to the discussion we will have today, but also to the partnership, ideas, and investments that may grow from them tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the successful and inspiring conference. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Highlighting the importance of partnerships as well as research in shaping Oman's investment landscape. We now move into one of the highlights of today, our keynote sessions. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Haytham Al-Salmi, Chief Executive Officer of the Muscat Stock Exchange. A respected leader in Oman's financial sector, he brings deep insight into capital markets, investor confidence, and the evolving role of exchanges in driving economic growth. Today, he will be speaking on exchange of opportunities. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Haytham Al-Salmi.
we talk about resilience, that's where we guarantee that the seller will get his money and the buyer will get his stock from sale. And this topic is by itself, the resilience of trade is the key component of trust. And that's where we attracted foreign investors to. So the story started back in 1988. An understanding of the global trends back in 1998, so 88 starting the exchange, 1998 where we started accepting and understanding the global trends and standards by separating the regulator from the executor. And when the capital market authority was established, the stock exchange was separated from the regulator. And then stock clearing and depository was established to create that register of ownership and issue the certificate. So the market is where we list companies. Listing companies is not about trading. Listing companies means that we are financing companies. So what we have seen the IPO in the previous few years is selling of the state one entities to the public. But we do have primary market where we accept totally new products and create finance. So the ultimate goal of the exchanges is to create a primary market finance companies and projects, as well create an exit move for buyers and sellers. And that will create a sustainability of the company. So it's a listing venue and where we bring members. The members come and provide you the services, the broker services, the asset management services, and so on. We list financial instruments for you to trade, including shares, bonds, and there are other instruments, including services, and including competition, that's the price action and such. And we have the post trading services, and that's where we register your ownership, and we guarantee that you can practice your ownership on the shares that you own. We have the technology that is used for listing and for trading, as well the market data that's provided to you, so you can utilize it in the analysis and make the right investment decisions. So I would say back since 1988, a market was government driven. In 2021, with among the 2040 established, we thought it's the time to stand the market in a commercial ground. Having a market with a commercial ground, becoming a private company, will have a skin in the game. Now we understand our sustainability is all about pleasing our stakeholders. Pleasing our stakeholders will create our financial sustainability. So we understand we have companies, we have investors, and we need to make sure that we provide them the right service so we sustain and we create our revenue. So we built our first 5-year strategy. The main pillar of the strategy is to upgrade the market. Why upgrading the market to emerging status? It's a standard that shows and proves we have all what's required to be emerging status, including liquidity, including market cap, including number of investors, including standards that we follow to make a resilient market, again the same word, resilient. And that's what we have done. So we try to strengthen our regulatory framework, following the international standards, having a competitive, transparent market, increase the market depth and liquidity, bring financial products, private investment, sustainable responsible finance, ESG, one of the key terms that we were working on. Economic diversification, of course, we want to go into management and people. So we are cascading all what we require to the management and authority. And we found there are 3 main objectives of the management authority that will work for us and we can support. The first one is diversification of the economy. That means that the government will have to move out from their, I would say, legacy assets to enter into new ventures, and the best place is the stock market. We understand that the government will bring new investment and will enhance the private sector, and the fifth is a well-resilient after-sales consultancy. The third one is bringing FDI.
لا ماشي بس. أحسن الحين؟ قطعت حبل أفكاري. And the third main objective is bringing FDIs to Oman. Bringing FDIs to Oman, and we understand that foreign investors will come only when they can protect their rights, and that's where the resilience topic comes again, and that's where we started upgrading our structures, systems, regulations to make sure that it's well accepted by the international community. So from Oman Vision 2040, there are main players for Oman Vision 2040. Oman Investment Authority has laid down their rules. They set the commercial ground for all the state-owned entities along with the national agenda of Oman. So talking about the bottom line of each company being a very commercial, profitable company, as well the well-being of the community through the national objectives of the business management. That picture is where we get our instructions, our policies, and we follow to make sure that we, at the end, contribute to management capital. One of the main drivers of our community, of our objectives is استدامة, the National Program for Sustainability and Financial Development. His Excellency was the main sponsor for MSX strategic initiative, where we work together to manage the stakeholders of the exchange and make sure that they understand our objectives and moving from planning to execution. And what happens, I'm very pleased to say today that the day I'm standing here in front of you, we have completed almost 95% of our five-year strategy. So we still have a few months to complete the remaining 5%. Hopefully, that will result the ultimate goal of our objective to achieve upgrade the market into the world international global indices. We started with a lot of planning, and I'm happy today to talk about numbers, to talk about results of our plan. We have managed to complete our main market. Main market is the African investment market, which is in Arabic, it's the main platform to finance SMEs, and bring SMEs to become more, to have more governance, to have more commercial advisors, and support them through many initiatives that will help them to grow. As well to attract family businesses in a very rapid way to enter to the main market. I think I will start singing soon. So the major IPOs that brought a major market cap, and in the next slides you'll see the numbers, inshallah. Liquidity boosters, that's one of the main projects that we try to bring to the market. We have seen many initiatives has happened previously to bring liquidity funds to Oman and try to create a liquidity. What we did is to create a well scientific way of market making instead of liquidity boosters, the normal liquidity funds. So even the liquidity funds of Oman, they act as market makers. They have spread, they have bid and offer. It's not just about creating a one-way direction of liquidity. It's to have a both-way liquidity, sellers and buyers. So it has resulted a well increase in our liquidity. We are now more than 10 times of what we started back in 2020. Going forward to emerging market roadmap, where we upgrade the market, just to explain, an upgrade from frontier market to emerging market is to target different universe of investors. Frontier markets have their own, I would say, coverage where a risk profile of investors are really willing to invest in frontier markets. I would say the unclassified markets have less than 1%. Frontier markets have 4% of the international cash flows of investments. 25% goes to emerging status, and remaining 70% goes to well-developed markets. So we want to move from a 4% universe to a 25% universe, and that's where the international radar will observe Oman as a destination for investments. Talking about numbers, we started back in 2020 with a market cap less than 23 billion Omani Riyal. We are close to 38 billion. We started with 400,000 investors. We have more than 560 investors. The number of companies, we have 103 companies. Of course, we lost a lot of companies, but the good story that we lost small companies and we gained large companies listed in MSX. We have more than 334 closed joint stock companies, and those are the universe that we are targeting for the AIM market and to be listed at the end in the main market. More than 65 debt instruments listed in MSX, more than 13 funds listed in MSX. We have 10 licensed brokers, market makers. One of the main stories you can see here that we have liquidity providers and market makers from international. We are connected to Abu Dhabi and Bahrain directly, and that's where market makers from Abu Dhabi operates in Oman using their own funds, and that brings inflow to the country. They believe now Oman is a very attractive to utilize their funds in market making and create profits. I mentioned that we'll talk about results, and this slide shows you one of the major results of MSX initiatives. You can see how the market has increased in terms of market cap. This is only the listed companies, ignoring the closed joint stock companies. You can see that from 7 billion to almost 21 billion Omani Riyals of market cap. MSX index has crossed 8,000 basis points this year, and that brings us to a I would say, balanced market where you can utilize the high yield dividends that you gain directly from owning the shares, as well the growth that the shares bring you through the investments. You can see the difference between MSX 30 and MSX TR, which is the total return. The total return index brings the dividend that you receive from your investment to the index, and you can see that the market is really offering you growth plus high returns directly through cash dividends. Talking about our fixed income market as well, it's a well-attractive market offering a very good rate from 4 to 6%, talking about the government bonds, which is a very attractive rate. And when we go to the corporate bonds, it goes up to 8.5%. We do have both debt instruments and conventional bonds as well as sukuk. In terms of investors' activity, focusing on the foreign investments, we have more than 814 million of trades just in Q1 2026. What we did is really creating the liquidity. The market makers brought the liquidity to the market. The market became very attractive. The prices has gained their I would say, fair prices, because earlier we had most of our listed stocks traded below the book value, which is which shows that the company has a very cheap valuation in the market. So when we have liquidity, the liquidity brings attention. The attention creates a force to gain back the prices, and that's what happened, showing that investors are really attracted to invest in Oman. Now currently we have 14% of our market owned by foreigners. The trading has increased
till 2025, we are more than 8.5 times of 2020. We are 4 times of 2024. And you can see that the Q1 of 2026 is almost close to cover previous year's trading. When we talk about the yields, comparing our SERP to the GCC, last year performance, we were the top, 28.5 in GCC. Talking about this year, we are the top performing market worldwide. Talking about dividend yield, of course, Bahrain has a higher dividend yield due to lack of liquidity. But comparing ourselves to the GCC, we have the highest yield yet, although we had a 28.5% increase in indices. Talking about our multiples in terms of PE ratio, we are the cheapest in the region, offering 9.5 X's. Talking about the results of Q1, especially with the increase that we touched the 8,000 basis point, the result of the liquidity has really proven, bringing wealth to investors of Oman, and now the PE ratio is 16.4%, and the performance almost touching 40% year to date. So we will be continuing the strategies, offering support to listed companies. When we talk about support, it's not about liquidity itself, it's how the companies really interfere and communicate with investors, and that's where we are focusing on investor relations. We are focusing on disclosures, focusing in the international trends by bringing ESG standards to Oman, and of course pushing a more information to investors in terms of how the companies will deal with their profits by bringing dividend policies as one of the main disclosure requirements. Of course, we will be continuing the market developments in terms of market infrastructure, in terms of our connectivity with other markets, in terms of our pricing mechanisms, as well introducing new products, including ETFs, exchange and traded funds, and that will bring more attention to Oman as well. Upgrading our regulatory and compliance framework, and of course, continuing what we started doing for the last 5 years is really going and singing about Oman all worldwide. Roadshows to other global investors and the regional investors as well. We are also looking into the future. We are connecting now to Abu Dhabi and Bahrain through Tabadul Hub. Looking forward to connect with Kazakhstan, the 2 main markets that will, it's supposed to be live already, but because of the war, we have delayed the plans, but we are ready to connect with Kazakhstan, one of the main important markets in the Central Asia, in both Almaty and Astana. Of course, enhancing the global custody. We understand the requirement for international investors to come and invest in Oman through well-structured members, and that's where the global custody is well connected. We are also connecting with Euroclear, one of the main platforms for cross-border settlements. Of course, infrastructure, where we will enhance our settlement mechanism by bringing central counterparty that will ensure the settlement is well structured and guaranteed, and where the buyer and seller will get their rights. Advancing the trading and liquidity tools through security lending and borrowing practices, short selling, that's already in place and will ensure that the practices will be well executed in Oman. Enhancing ETFs, this is one of the main projects for 2026, where we'll bring exchange traded funds that will bring more liquidity to Oman and will allow investors to invest into the whole market through one tool. Looking into the future, of course, cryptos, digital assets are one of the main targets that we are looking at. We are part of sustainable UN Sustainable Exchanges platform, and that's where we ensure that we are not just a normal exchange
we are a sustainable exchange in terms of following the main environmental practices and following the ESG standards. Of course, the index diversification, having a wider used indices, that will bring attention to Oman as well. ESG, one of the main topics that has been rising in the last 5 years. It's more than that, but I would say the trend has really reached its maximum in the last 5 years. So we started very early having a department within MSX talking about sustainable investments, including ESG practices. So we started with promoting the awareness sessions, then having a well-unified GCC ESG matrix, and then kept upgrading these matrices with the trends, with the GRIs that really governs the standard of how disclosures happens, and then promoting transparency. The story started that the ESG matrix was voluntary in the first year, and now back in 2025 it's a mandatory disclosures. Glad to say that 100% disclosures has happened during 2025, and our focus now is really on the quality of disclosures. So we have finished the grounds where all the disclosures happens, and now focusing on the quality of disclosures and making sure that it is comparable to other regional advanced markets. Very happy to say as well that the GCC Unified Matrix is a 29 standard. We have 30. We are the only GCC country that added CSR as one of the disclosures. Back when we had the cyclones, I would say mainly Shaheen, one of the questions that we received from Ministry of Commerce is how much money is dedicated for CSR from the listed companies. We don't have any disclosures. We have to go back and ask the questions to the companies. And we thought it will be good for the government to have a clear eye on the CSR activities of the companies that will help putting national agenda on priority and placing them or directing investments in the CSR in the right manner. Happy to say that we are one of the first exchanges that signed the UN Sustainability Stock Exchanges initiatives, that we are mandated by 2050 to have a zero, our net zero, I would say, emissions. We are a financial provider, and it's very tough for us to reach zero. We are not, I would say, an industrial company, but however, we do consume electricity, we consume water, and that's one of the main initiatives to not just reduce our emissions as an exchange, as well drive the community, which is the listed issuers, the listed companies, to have their own standards in terms of their targets toward net zero. Hope it was a very good message to all of you. Good to talk about results rather than talking about plans, and this is where we stand. I echo what Mohammed mentioned on the results of Oman Vision 2040 and the investment that came to the markets, and the numbers are a well proven, I would say, figure that really prove where we are targeting and where we achieved to date. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haytham Al-Salmi, for that insightful keynote and for highlighting the strategic role of Muscat Stock Exchange in attracting investment, driving the market growth, and strengthening Oman's future, economic future. And now we shift from a national perspective maybe to a global one. It is a pleasure to welcome Ms. Wendy Werner, World Bank Group Country Manager for Oman. Her leadership brings international perspective and practical experience in a sustainable finance, private sector development, and long-term economic transformation. Today she will be speaking on smart industrial policy, what works, what doesn't, and why. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Wendy Werner.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum, and Your Excellencies, thank you all for being here. I first also want to thank Dr. Ahmed Al-Mamari, the Assistant Vice Chancellor of UTAS, and Dr. Badar Al-Shababi, the Conference Executive Chair, and as well as the teams and all of you for being here and inviting me to speak at this inaugural Conference on Business and Sustainability. So, this conference is bringing together a different variety of people than I may normally speak to, right? We're bringing together investors, we're bringing together, of course, leadership from the government, but also academics and researchers. And sometimes we don't all speak in the same room, but this interdisciplinary type of dialogue is extremely important if we're to be serious about long-term sustainable growth. I'm the country manager for the World Bank Group here in Oman. The Bank الدولي is here to bring development gaps and development finance to emerging markets. And we assert that in order to fill these development gaps, it's necessary to mobilize significant private capital. Based on our experience and our research at the World Bank Group, we assert that the world does not really lack capital. What it lacks are bankable and investable opportunities that are grounded in credible institutions and strong policy as well as delivery systems. The policies that governments undertake to help attract those sorts of investable opportunities is generally called industrial policy. And I'm going to speak today a little bit about industrial policy and some very recent research that has been published by the World Bank Group about what works for industrial policy. And I think this is highly relevant for Oman and highly relevant for the dialogue and discussion that we're having today, especially at this time of particularly heightened geopolitical tensions and conflict. Industrial policy must not only build growth, but it also must build resilience and help any economy adapt to shocks, different disruptions, supply chains, and market volatility. So in this particular environment, industrial policy matters not only for growth, but also for resilience and adaptability. Some years ago, if you went back 10, 15 years, industrial policy was considered a little bit of an ideological framework. Either you sort of believed in it or you didn't. East Asian markets were credited as being the exemplaries of industrial policy, but it was seen that many other economies wouldn't be able to implement that same sort of approach. But now we have a much more recent and practical view, and we have a more refined definition of industrial policy, and we can see that really every country today uses some form of industrial policy. The real question is no longer about whether or not industrial policy is a good idea. It's really about how do you design the right policies that are targeted and deliver results for your economy. So what I'm trying to focus on today is how this global evidence shows us what works and what doesn't, and maybe a little bit of examples about why. I'm going to summarize a recent study that's about 75 pages long in about 10 minutes here. So I'll include some examples from Oman, but I'm not proposing this as being about Oman, but more of an international practitioner's framework to shape this dialogue. The first lesson is about what works. So first of all, industrial policy works when it focuses on solving quite concrete problems that are market failures, but not when it tries to pick winners. Picking winners is one of the kind of frames that you use about industrial policy. That can mean picking a sector, picking a company, for instance. But across the countries and sectors, the most successful type of interventions are not around big plans or big sweeping type of incentives, but they are more targeted actions that address the constraints in a market. So these are constraints that we all would be familiar with if we took economics at the beginning. One would be things like coordination failures or skills mismatch between education and industry requirements, information gaps, transparencies, things like how well does the investors at MSX able to understand what they're buying when they buy an equity. as well as infrastructure, particularly in even standards, institutions, as well as physical infrastructure. So this is why public inputs are very important when you design these sorts of incentives. And focusing on public inputs is not subsidies. They are investments in more foundational aspects that make private investment more viable and more likely to succeed. Things like industrial land and infrastructure, skills strengthening, quality standards, as well as logistics, and very importantly is regulatory certainty and regulatory clarity. Recent evidence also focuses on some of the misperceptions around the picking winners point that I mentioned earlier. So we see that industrial policy is not really successful at targeting specific business activities or specific sectors. Where you have coordination and learning that impact multiple sectors, it's usually much more successful. Examples of those spaces where we see a broader impact are logistics services, things like supplier development programs, as well as quality certification, whether it be skills or physical implements, and workforce abilities, work and technical skills, as well as access to more industrial utilities, things like wastewater, electricity. And so government targeting the activities that are broadly applicable across the economic sectors, rather than specific firms or sectors, these become more flexible and more scalable, and they're less vulnerable to the weaknesses that we'll see later. Here in Oman, we have some extremely practical and successful examples of that. Industrial zones and logistics zones such as Duqm, Sohar, Salalah reduce this sort of coordination cost, and they provide that sort of shared infrastructure and make it easier for a private firm to invest with more confidence. So these sorts of investments in ports, logistics, and standards can lower the overall risk and help support diversification. And when you look at public investments like this, this is what allows you to crowd in private investment, which is what we're aiming for in the 2040 vision and the diversification objectives for Oman. In short, this sort of industrial policy delivers quality results when it's pragmatic, when it's targeted to those sorts of foundational infrastructure, and it creates that foundation that allows markets to operate more efficiently and for firms to make a difference based on their own market positioning and their quality. So we don't want every firm to be the same because we need that differentiation of the market in order to yield the benefits of that capital. The second lesson is about what doesn't work. What have we seen out there? Where can we learn from other examples that were not as successful? And this is a global lesson. It's not really a commentary on Oman. International evidence shows that generally industrial policy performs best when it relies on looking at strong fundamentals, but not blunt sort of broad incentives. Broad subsidies or protections often fail to address these sort of underlying constraints that I mentioned earlier, and they can also strain public finances and become quite difficult to unwind, to reverse, especially when market conditions change. So what you're looking for when you come to policy is something that also adapts to the market. You don't want to put aside those market forces, you want to build on those market forces. And global experience shows us that the systems are often better designed at delivering efficiently when you look at how to build tools that are not very complex, not very difficult, which increases transparency, but also when you try to have a time-bound end to various incentives, and you make sure that exit mechanisms are clear and don't rely on a political decision. So these are the things that sometimes stop incentives from being successful. And in a world shaped by this sort of conflicts that we're seeing now, these sorts of ability to adapt is extremely important. So the industrial policy also relies very strongly on institutions. So institutions, whether it be academic, government, regulatory, independent standards institutions, is an extremely important part of the ability to execute a strong industrial policy. Which brings me finally to the World Bank Group's role in both supporting countries to execute quality industrial policy. Our approach in the World Bank Group is very pragmatic. We help countries choose tools that match their own capabilities, their market size, their fiscal space, and we support the delivery and implementation of those sorts of tools. In practice, this means that we first work on diagnosing binding constraints, and we're very honored to be working actually with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry on exactly looking at where is the binding constraints for Oman and how you can design the right policies to build that sort of resilience and adaptability to the market. We also look at supporting public inputs, things like infrastructure, skills, standards, and how to make sure that those are designed to crowd in private investment. And finally, we also mobilize private capital alongside policy action and reforms, not waiting for the perfect scenario or the perfect strategy. And through the World Bank Group, we also include private investment through the International Finance Corporation and the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, and we structure investments, guarantees, and also risk-sharing mechanisms to allow private investors to participate, even while reforms and policies are being executed. And I think the examples cited earlier with regard to the growth in FDI here in Oman are an excellent case. Investors, foreign investors, are not waiting for 2040. They're not waiting till all of the policies are fully executed. They see where there is progress, they see where there is momentum, and they will come in advance of that. At the same time, it is important to see that those same policies that are put in place and that are being executed are executed well with transparency and with a focus on targeting those sorts of public inputs I mentioned at the beginning. That what this tells us is not that capital is just present, but it is really paying attention to where countries and economies are delivering the sort of reforms and policy that will support them in the long term. They look for credible signals, and we're very fortunate to be in a country that is indicating those sorts of credible signals. This is precisely where this sort of smart industrial policy and private capital mobilization intersect. And I see there's three main key lessons. If you haven't remembered anything else, try to remember these. First, we focus on fewer and deeper priorities, understanding that it's better to do a few things very well rather than to do everything all at once, concentrating where you have strong capabilities, build on your geography. We're very good at doing that here. And the market access alignment, where public inputs can really make a bigger difference. Second, invest early in delivery systems. Looking at the institutions and how well they deliver is a really leading indicator about how well one can implement new policies that demonstrate success on coordination across different agencies in the government, as well as things like transparency standards and access to basic services. Third, crowding in private capital as soon as you can is very important. I think we have some excellent examples here, both in using OIA, but also really reaching out through Invest Oman, for instance, and finding those sorts of investors that are leaders in their industry or want to try something new here in Oman is an excellent case. So that sort of crowding in the private capital is extraordinarily important. So first, just in summary, I just want to highlight that this industrial policy is really a very important aspect of any government's efforts to build growth and to increase the growth level as well as provide jobs. It's about this evidence as well as feasibility and the ability to deliver quality policy. Second, in this sort of world we're living in now, marked by some uncertainty and conflict, the policy must be quite resilient and able to adapt to market signals. And third, private capital is ready to come. It's not waiting for the perfect conditions, but it does need clear signaling and quality policies. The World Bank Group is very proud to be ready to work with Oman and working with Oman right now to partner to translate these lessons into investment, jobs, and resilient growth. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you, Ms. Wendy Werner, for that excellent keynote and for offering a thoughtful insights on what makes industrial policy effective, where challenges arise, and how economies can build long-term competitiveness, and for the great practical lessons that you shared. And now we come to a special moment of recognition and appreciation. Successful conferences are made possible through the generosity of speakers, partners, and the contributors who share their expertise, time, and insight. Today, we are honored to recognize our valued strategic partners and distinguished speakers of this conference. May I kindly invite our patron, His Excellency Nasser bin Khamis al-Jashmi, Chairman of the Tax Authority, His Excellency Dr. Saeed bin Hamad al-Rabi'i, Vice Chancellor of the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, and Dr. Khalid bin Salim al-Abri, Assistant Vice Chancellor of UTAS Muscat, to the stage as we begin the presentation of tokens of appreciation. We begin by recognizing our valued strategic partner, the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Investment Promotion. And our distinguished speakers, Mr. Haytham Al-Salmi, Muscat Stock Exchange. Ms. Wendy Werner, World Bank Group. Dr. Muhammad Battour, Sharqiya University. Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman, Sultan Qaboos University. Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri, Sohar Port and Free Zone. Ms. Nouriya Al-Balushi, Central Bank of Oman. And our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Mark Gorgon and Professor Douglas Cumming, although our speakers couldn't make it here in person, but they are joining us virtually. We sincerely appreciate their valuable contributions, so let's give them a round of applause. And finally, we are delighted to announce the Best Research Paper Award for this conference. And the award goes to Ms. Sundus Al-Ruzaiqi on her paper titled Bridging the Strategy Execution Gap, Evidence from Oman's Startup Ecosystem. At this moment, may I invite His Excellency Dr. Saeed bin Hamad al-Rubai to present a commemorative gift to our patron, His Excellency Nasser bin Khamis al-Jashmi, in appreciation of his gracious patronage and support. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We will now take a commemorative group photo. May I kindly invite all of the awardees and members of the organizing committee to please join us on stage. And now we move to the student project exhibition. May I respectfully invite our patron, His Excellency Nasser bin Khamis al-Jashmi, along with His Excellency Dr. Saeed bin Hamad al-Rubai, and our distinguished guests to proceed to the Self-Access Center to officially open the student project exhibition. For the rest of our participants, we kindly ask you to remain seated here at the auditorium, as we will continue shortly. While the student project exhibition is being officially opened, we may now proceed to the multi-purpose hall for coffee and networking, and we will be back at to the auditorium at 12 p.m. for our panel discussion.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are very happy here to receive and invite Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman and Dr. Mohammed Batur from Shafiya University, as well as Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman from Harvard University. I think they have already introduced them and provided some information and background about their experience in publishing research. Just only I would like to add that Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman, he was included in the top 22% scientists in the world, which is like very rare to have here in Oman. And we are very proud to have him here with us also. And also we are having Dr. Mohammed Batur. He publishes a lot of research, and also he's having experience in history and editing many journals. He is actually deputy editor-in-chief of the Journal of Islamic Marketing. He is elected in October 2021, and also he's senior editor in the PIB Business Review October 2021. Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman also he is editor of Humanities and Social Science Communications, which is indexed in Scopus and Q1. And that journal, as early career researchers, most of us actually aware of it, that it is very difficult to publish on this. So we have arranged this panel discussion actually to discover and find out how can we publish on those journals. So in the beginning, actually, we would like to start with Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman to share with us his experience. Actually, one of the main challenges that we are facing as chemical researchers is this rejection. By the way, I'm the hero of this rejection, as I am receiving all those emails of rejecting my manuscript. So, Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman, what are the main characteristics of the papers that is passing the test and moving forward to the peer review?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Is this clear? Can you hear me? Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I'd like to thank you so much, Dr. Nasser, for your kind introduction. Thank you so much for having me. Actually, I am very happy to get back to UTAS because I initially worked in UTAS in the past for 7 years. So I am proud to be here, and it is my pleasure to be with you today. Getting me back to your question, Dr. Nasser, for the main consideration to us or to avoid this rejection. Yes. Actually, there are plenty of reasons as an editor to screen and to check before deciding regarding the submitted article. Based on these key considerations, the editor at the end of the day will decide if the paper is to be reviewed or to be discredited. Okay. Now, I will try my best to stay focused on the key things and considerations the editor looking for a good submitted article. The first and the most crucial one to check if the submitted article does fit with the journal scope or not. Okay? If I check everything as an editor, if the submitted article is in line with the journal scope, objectives, and audience, this is a good signal for this article. This is the first and the most crucial one. Another key point actually is related to the submitted article itself. For example, actually, is there any novelty or originality of the submitted article or not? As you know, the submitted article should be novel, should be original. Okay? Here, actually, frankly speaking, it is not hard and fast rule, but any submitted article should add something new to academia and the practice. Okay? So the editor is looking for the originality and novelty of the submitted article. Okay? This is one point. Another one, very important, the contribution of the submitted article. Does the submitted article have solid contribution to theory and the practice? If yes, this is another good indication of this is a good article, and we can proceed with it without discrimination. So the main issue related to many submitted articles, actually the authors don't focus on the main contribution of the submitted article. And to be honest, actually this is very crucial point to be considered before submitting your article. Another area to be considered also the research methods. Okay, if the submitted article has solid and rigorous research methods or not, in terms of clarity, in terms of integrity, in terms of professionalism, in terms of research ethics, in terms of solid and clear directions and the techniques used in the research methods. Okay. Also, the overall structure of the submitted article. Okay. Some researchers and some corresponding authors actually thought that the editor doesn't have time to read the full article. Yes, you are right. But the good researcher can quickly screen and scan the submitted article and highlight the key issues related to the submitted article. Very easy. Why? Because based on the experience as a researcher, because the editor should be good researcher, okay? And the editor will check key points in some places. Started with the title, okay? Then the research gap, then the methodology, then the contribution, and finally the citations and the references, okay? Also, actually we have common problem in the past, but now we have to consider additional issues in this era of AI, okay? So, as an editor, I select randomly some references to ensure these citations are accurate, are existing, or fabricated, okay? And this is also to be considered before deciding regarding this rejection or proceed with review. And the last one, I know, I don't have time, I know, the last one related to the language and readability of the submitted article. Okay?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Actually, we can summarize it like the most important criteria that we have, or we need to consider before submitting our paper to ensure that our article actually within the scope of the journal, so as well as the contribution, the theoretical and practical contribution of that paper, also should be highlighted in the beginning of the manuscript, moving to the method that already described by Dr. Muhammad. Moving forward to from the disk checking to the peer review. Actually, most of the authors, sometimes they are receiving contradictory comments from the peer review. Some one reviewer saying that your paper is perfect, the other reviewer saying like major changes or maybe reject your paper. So, Dr. Muhammad, could you please elaborate how can we respond to the reviewer comments and these petitions?
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. يعني this was my pleasure to be here today and to be organizer and raise your hand. Anyone know journal business marketing? Only one, mashallah. Two, okay.
Me too.
That's okay. Journal business marketing and editor, if I need to address this issue, actually, if you receive 2 comments from 2 reviewers, sometimes conflict, my advice to any author is to address line by line. Don't miss any point. But how about if you have conflict suggestion from specific reviewer? What to do in this case? Actually, you have to select which one of the reviewer you are in line with. Then you start to respond to this reviewer. The issue is other reviewer who give you some suggestion, sometimes conflict from the first one. So the first or the simple advice on this is to be polite. Response in 3 strategies. Number 1, response with evidence. If you need to justify or you're telling something against the editor's point of view, you have to respond with evidence and respond with politely your justification. And the most important is to don't miss any point. How about if the issue or the point that you feel is conflict with the first reviewer? Sometimes you have to seek guidance from the editor. How? Sometimes you need to contact the editor-in-chief to explain your view. How can you, this point, I have some theory, I have some evidence. It might, if I apply the comment from the reviewer 1, it might be contradict with the reviewer number 2. So this also sometimes I receive some comments from the author. Please, what I do on this. So as an editor, at the end, I will select one of them and go with those. But how can I select your opinion or your view to go with or to accept? This one based on your justification. You have to find strong justification with evidence. Otherwise, both of them will lead to conflict, and if you follow the same advice, at the end you will find something you cannot do. So this is my advice. Second advice, sometimes you have to create your story, telling a story. Why you need to go with reviewer number 1, not reviewer number 2. This one is sometimes convince both reviewers that you are in line. But if you fail to find justification, that means that you have to respond again round 2 and round 3, and sometimes you cannot give accepted paper. This is also an issue. Another issue which I need to highlight, sometimes if you raise or you answer the question, why now? Why this topic is very important? Why now? This one is in line with Dr. Muhammad at this now. Sometimes the editor-in-chief will accept the paper, even there are conflict between both reviewers. At the end, I will tell you, as the editor, please go with reviewer number 1. Even if he give you major rejection, because I feel the paper is very important. You cannot imagine how many papers I accept. Sometimes I receive 50 papers per week or 100 papers per week. It takes 1 hour for me to give this rejection. 1 hour only. 100 papers, I take 1 hour. How many papers I accept? How many papers? 5 to 10. It is competition. It's competition. So we need to answer why now this paper contribute to the journal. Otherwise, why the editor-in-chief accept your paper? So the paper, normally the editor looking forward, telling a story, you respond very well to the editor, the reviewer, don't miss any point. My advice on this is to create table. I am sure for those who published before know this. Table with 5 columns. First one, structure all comments from the reviewer to break down comments. Even the comment is only 1 line, sometimes you have to break down this comment to 5 or 3. So comment number 1 is column number 1. Number 2, the comment itself. Then the response. Please try to appreciate and thank the reviewer for his comment. For each comment, you have to thank him again. For each comment, you have to thank him again. Then after you revise which action you have done in page, in paragraph, this is column number 4. Number 5, it is your note, your area why sometimes you need to do this point and you ignore this point. This normally the editor looking for. The editor-in-chief looking for this. Why I need to accept editor reviewer number 1, not reviewer number 2. I hope I can answer your question because it takes time. I deliver workshop. How to respond to reviewer takes time. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So we can actually summarize it here that the most important is that we need to provide response for each comment. Whatever we are receiving from all reviewers, we have to provide justifications and look at how changes in our papers. And in case we are moving with one reviewer comment, we have to provide scientific justifications. Thank you very much, Doctors, for going back again to Dr. Mohammed Suleiman in relation to the artificial intelligence, generative AI, ChatGPT. Now, most of the researchers actually using it and helping them in doing the research. And I think recently I read the papers published in March where they have highlighted and found that no AI detectors can capture these articles. So, Doctor, as editors, how are you checking the generative AI and how you are evaluating that manuscript with these submissions?
Okay, thank you so much for Nasser. First of all, as I said in the previous question, actually there are many key points and considerations to be considered while evaluating or screening the submitted article. Initially, I am talking from the perspective of editor, not from the perspective of researcher. But now I am going to play the role of researcher. Okay? We are academics, and this rejection is a part of our life, and our life must go on. Okay? Don't worry. As a researcher, actually, I have some cases with my articles. One of them or two of them has been disrejected for 8 or 9 times. This is not my issue. This is, in all cases, it depends on the perspective of the person or the editor who deals with my article. I challenge myself before anyone else. Okay, I do my best to improve my article. Okay, I try to find why my article has been rejected. Okay, this is very, very important to be considered. It depends on many. If we talk about this rejection now, I will get back to AI. But now let's stay focused on this rejection. There are a plenty of reasons for this rejection, and it is not easy to cover all of them within a couple of minutes, actually. But I will highlight some key issues with submitted article, including the issues related to AI. Okay, including the issue related to AI. Here I am going to focus on section-based mistakes. Section-based mistakes. For example, the first and the most important one, your title. It is so easy now for the editor to have a signal if this title has been generated by AI or not. The language of AI is very, very clear, okay, compared to human. Very clear. Even the structure of the title itself, the structure, the word used. This is very easy for us actually to distinguish between this is AI or not AI generated title, okay, based on the structure of and the words used in your title. The abstract, very easy also to know this abstract has been generated by AI or not, okay, based on some terminologies. let me highlight something. Research is research. Academic writing in research is very, very clear. Okay? With the use of AI, some terminologies actually emerged and appeared to be used by some researchers. If you a good reader and a good researcher, it is so easy to you to distinguish between some terminologies used in this research based on AI use. Moving to the introduction. One of the main issues in the introduction, when the researcher actually provides arguments without solid justification. Let me give you an example. For example, our study is the first study in Oman. Yes, it's fine. It is. But how to justify? Based on what you develop this argument. So you have to develop your argument, you have to develop your claims based on solid justification. Okay? The issue is not say, I am the best, or my study is the best, or the first. No. How to convince the reader, how to convince the editor that your study is the first in your area, in the first on your context. Okay, this is very, very, and this is a common mistake by some researchers. Even the structure of the introduction itself. For example, the introduction is there is a common structure of an introduction. Background, what do we know, what don't we know, research gap, objective, so what. If you read the introduction, you can understand the full paper, okay, without referring to the rest of the sections. But let me be frank and direct. The majority of submitted articles, okay, failed to answer the so what question. The so what question. And this is one of the main reasons for this rejection. You have to answer, you have to ask yourself, if I'm going to conduct this research, okay, it's fine. My research is novel, is original, but so what? So what? Okay, so you have to answer. The editor is looking for how to answer the so what, even in your introduction or in your conclusion section. Moving to the literature. Some authors used outdated sources, fabricated sources. Now, ask ChatGPT, ask any AI tool, please develop a literature review on this topic, blah, 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 blah. Okay, ChatGPT or any AI tool will generate a text with citations, with full references. But when it comes to reality, actually, some AI tools generated fabricated sources. Fabricated sources means, when you look at this, reference is perfect in terms of authors, in terms of title, year, journal, everything, but it is fabricated. Okay, so take care for this one. For research methods. Now, some authors actually, and we have many examples actually, some authors started to use fabricated data. Okay, use AI to analyze the data. Okay, but when you ask for raw material or ethical approval for data collection or consent form for data collection, nothing, no evidence. Okay, so if you are going to develop your research methods, take care. In any stage, you may be required to provide evidence for ethical approval for data collection or how to collect your data. Maybe some editors now starting to ask for the raw data of your research. Take care, okay? Because in this era of AI, actually, you can generate a research article within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and submit, okay? But at the end of the day, the main issue is not disk rejection, no. The main issue may be the editor will email your institutions. Okay, so this is very, very important. In unethical behavior in research, we have to consider this very crucial and very important issue. For AI, actually, it depends on the journal policies, the journal guidelines. Some publishers actually clearly mention that the author should disclose the use of AI. my approach is using AI is not an issue. The main issue is how to use AI. Okay? For me, I can use AI, no issue. But how to use it? Professionally, in integrity, or not? Okay? That's why some publishers now ask you to disclose. This is not a shame. If you write in your article in cover page that we use AI tool for blah 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 blah, yes, no issue. What is the problem? Now you ensure integrity. You are professional. Okay, but some authors hidden this information. What is the rationale behind hiding this information? Okay. Also, AI everywhere. This is not allowed actually to use AI everywhere. You can use AI to improve the language, no issue. But in all cases, you have to disclose this use of AI. Sorry, I am in rush, but I try to stay focused on the key point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I give comment on this question?
Yes,
I just give comment only on this question. If you are smarter to submit a paper to the journal, make sure sometimes the journal is smarter than you. We have what you can call AI assistant at the editor. Nobody knows this. AI assistant. What AI assistant do for me is give me red flag. Red flag for this author. Probably use AI. Why? Because as Dr. Muhammad mentioned, you repeated specific statements that were already generated by AI. So it is okay. The AI is like a knife. You kill someone and you make salad, right? The issue is to use AI in an ethical way. Ethical way means you have to be careful that the editor-in-chief know exactly that you are using AI. It doesn't matter. But you use in ethical way, not in ethical way. This is number one. Number two. Sorry, just only one. The AI assistant give me some indicator about the author. He has submitted this paper to 2 journals at the same time. I will know this. Another issue, he will give me a red flag if you submitted this paper and rejected in some other journal, which will give me some indication. So if you succeed to pass this rejection from the beginning, it will give you high weight to accept to publish your paper. These are just a comment about the AI. Actually, I have many many content, but I cannot declare. It is very confidential. This is just to be, you have to be aware that we have AI assistant will give us some indicators about you are using AI or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So in few words, you can pass the AI detectors, but you cannot pass the human mind. So they will find out whether you are using AI or not, but as they have highlighted, we can use AI but ethically. Thank you very much. And now moving to Dr. Muhammad Badur regarding in relation to the last advice before giving the floor to the audience to ask questions. Regarding the time frame, some researchers actually and authors complain always that some journals are taking long time. Some of them they are taking even 1 year, 1 year and a half, just only to pass the test and the review. So how can you just explain all the process of receiving the papers and then moving into the peer review, including your advice, the final advice for the researchers?
Regarding the advice, for those who publish for first time or maybe PhD students, or in general who already published before, focus more on the introduction. Second paragraph. Second paragraph is the editor-in-chief because he read many papers, so it is very easy to detect either this paper is need to send to be the reviewer or not. So my advice is to focus more on writing the problem statement. Only one paragraph. one paragraph, you have to attract the attention of the editor and the reviewer at the same time. I always advise my PhD students, very simple, is to write or structure your problem statement to be linked to real problem. Don't create problem in your mind from literature review and then try to solve it. This is not good. What you need to do is to structure your problem at least one paragraph or two paragraphs. The first or three statements in the problem statement must be what you can call narrative hook. Narrative hook means you have to attract the attention of your readers, either reviewer, editor-in-chief, or even after publishing. What you need to write in narrative hook? You might use statistics. They say Muslim population around the world is 2 point blah blah. Or maybe you ask propagated questions, something like this. You have to attract the attention of the reader. These are one or two statements in your problem statement. Second, what exactly you need to solve, or what exactly your research topic. Only 2 or 3 statements. Following after this, heavily justification. You have to justify your research problem. You have to use, this is very important. This one you can easily convince your editor-in-chief or reviewer. Use publish report that very close to your problem. Maybe central bank, maybe publish report from government. How can I justify my research problem? Using some statistics. We have a problem here. Maybe something related to interest rate, inflation rate, whatever. And second, tools that you might use as a justification of your research problem is research gap. My advice is to use only last recent 5 years. Where you can find gaps, very easy. It's called smart reader. Smart reader means you scan the paper, go read the abstract, it's okay, close to my research topic, go directly to at the end of the paper you read. You will find the research gap. Where? In limitation and future research recommendation. This research gap you can use as a justification when you write the research problem. In these 3 or 2 statements, please heavily cite top ranking journals. Don't use Q3 or Q4. When you write this problem, you must at least 2 or 3 references from top ranking journal. It is not recommended to use low ranking journal when you justify your research problem. Then you have to answer why now. Most of editor-in-chief, they're looking for this question. Ask yourself, why now? Try to use recent topics, trending, something in trend, something increase the ranking of journals. Because as editor, sometimes I close my eyes, sometimes I close my eyes with some problems in the structure or some problem. But I accept the topic because it will contribute to my journal ranking. So it is very important to you answer why now. Why now this topic needs to be published? This one will contribute to my journal. As editor-in-chief, sometimes I will close about some technical problems you might in first round or second round you revise your paper. But of course, as Muhammad said, some major correction or some major problems, especially in methodology. You have to telling a story. If I found a story from the first or second paragraph, I will continue evaluate your paper as an editor-in-chief. But if I found from first or second paragraph something wrong, the quality, the references, you are using some very general citation like website, newspaper. This one, very directly, I will not continue reading. I will continue reading your paper and evaluate your paper as the editor-in-chief only if you convince me about your contribution. Remember these three letters, T, M, P. T, M, P. As an editor, I'm looking for these three T, M, P. Theoretical contribution, what will contribute to theory. Practical contribution. If your topic, especially for hot topic, if you solve a real problem in industry, for most probably the editor will accept your paper. And third, this one optional, but if you succeed to include, it will be fantastic. It's called methodological contribution, TMB. I call this one too much pressure. Too much pressure. Too much pressure on you as the author to convince the editor chief, to convince the reviewer, at the end you get your paper published. I hope I can answer your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, doctors. And now we are going to give the floor to the audience for their questions. I'm sure they are having like very tough questions for you because of the distractions. So let us receive. I don't think that I need the mic anymore.
You are going to answer.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Really, I have enjoyed this session. Thank you very much for giving valuable insight about research, specifically topic which is about quality and which is about supporting innovation. My question to publish a Q1 and a Q2 journal. This is what I heard the trend now. And please correct me if this is okay, if this is correct or not, that they are not accepting in terms of research methodology in the theory, what is called the quantitative research, and they are focusing now on quantitative research. They are reject what is called, for example, the questionnaire collecting the data and going towards what is called the interview. Thank you very much.
Correct me if I understand your question exactly. What I understand from your question that some topics being rejected because they are using quantitative research.
Yes.
I don't think so. We have said both qualitative and quantitative. And it doesn't matter for me. The issue is, as I mentioned, you are using solid methodology. We can answer the question. We are looking for clear question when you accept or pass the paper, injection stage. But the issue is to which methodology you use to answer your research question. It is in line in your research question or not. So if you are question related to quantitative, that means you have to use quantitative. But if your question is to qualitative, let's say if you need to explore something, you need to. But I can ask, revise your question is, which one is highly accepted, quantitative or qualitative? Actually, both can. But if you create new knowledge using qualitative, which is challenge, you have to be very good in writing, because this one you have to go for content analysis. It is very recommended, because if you create new knowledge using qualitative, high citation for the journal, high citation for you. I remember first paper on my life, I published on 2011, submitted in 2009. It's qualitative paper. It's called Towards Halal Tourism Market. It is the highest citation on my papers. So it doesn't matter. The issue is how you create knowledge in your paper and how can you contribute this knowledge also in line with the journal mission. Thank you.
Okay, I will add something for your question. First of all, we have to distinguish between high-ranked journal and Q1 journal, completely different. Okay? Some Q1 journals in Scopus not considered as high-ranked journal. Okay, I will give you an example. If you are going to submit your article in any journal within the FT50 journal, there is a list of all FT50 journals, no way to publish with a single method. No way.
Yes.
No way. For example, single method, I mean, if you are going to Quant, only Quant, or Qual, even mixed method now is not enough for them. They need multi-method approach. They need or complicated research methods. This is for FT50. Okay? FT50. The same for A-star journal according to ABDC ranking. No way again to publish with a single method research. Okay? For 4-star according to ABS ranking, 4-star or 4. Okay? No way. Okay, so this is a part of your question. Okay. Moving back to Q1 journal. Okay? First of all, you have to check the journal guidelines. Okay? It is clearly mentioned in the guidelines of the journal. If the journal accepts a specific type of research methods, for example, you can check now, Journal of Consumer Behavior. The journal doesn't accept a single research method. Okay, so it is clearly mentioned in the journal platform. So if you are going to submit your article with quantitative or qualitative only, no way to publish with them. Okay, some journals don't accept systematic literature review articles. Okay, how to know? Check the journal guidelines. Okay, what if you didn't find such information? Check the history of published articles in this journal. Okay, if they accept Qual or Quan or both, you can check the recent publication or the history of the latest issues published in this journal. Okay, it is so easy now to understand if you are going to submit or not. And the last thing, okay, to save our time, research without practicing, good for nothing. Good for nothing. We need to practice. If you practice research, as a researcher, you will be familiar with some journals. This journal accepts Quan. This journal accepts Qual. This journal no way to submit this article to this journal. Based on what? Based on practicing.
My question to Dr. Muhammad.
Which one?
Both to Muhammad.
Both of them Muhammad. Sulaiman and Batul.
Muhammad Dr. Yahya.
Recently, I wrote one paper, I decided I sent for one journal. They suggested few suggestions. I incorporated several times. It took 3 months time. I submitted. Everything, whatever they said, I submitted. They accepted, approved everything good. Then suddenly one day they sent me to me. Sorry, we are rejecting it. Because of waiting is certainly. So I surprised why.
Because of what?
Waiting is more. Waiting. Why don't they say before than after? So this is my question. I consider it discouraging. So what is the strategy when they select the given high standard given journal? What do you think?
Okay, thank you. This is actually very good question. But I need to tell you a story about this. We have what we can call integrity committee in the journal. What is actually it's called COPE. COPE means they have to check the integrity, the ethics in your paper. Okay, so I have many cases actually, not only you. And they have one paper. I just received an email 2 or 3 days back. The issue is after your paper accepted, to go for technical or integrity check. I give only one example. We cannot declare this to the author. It is confidential. I give you one case only because I cannot tell all. One case is after the paper accepted, we discover that one of the reviewer, the editor-in-chief, sent the paper to one of the reviewer is close friend to the author after the paper already accepted. Okay, when we discover this, not only before acceptance, it's after acceptance. The process starts after acceptance, not before. Don't tell me it is wrong. It is, we have to follow these procedures. Okay, after we check, we found, in this case, 2 colleagues from the same university with the author, who are the reviewers. So, what? We call revise or withdraw the decisions. We have to send you email, sorry, we have to withdraw the acceptance, and it is your option. We have some reasons we cannot tell. Either we send again the paper to another review, or you withdraw. These are your decisions. Some author accept to go send again the paper, and I have case from the other university position, accept, it's okay, and accept it again, it's okay. And some authors, they start complaining and send emails and writing posts in LinkedIn. We cannot do anything. This is not our editor hand. And the handling editor, I cannot do anything for the author. It is, yes, we can say this is a major problem from the assistant because he needs to make sure. When he sends the paper to the reviewer, it is not his colleagues on the same institution, but sometimes it's happened. You cannot imagine how many papers we handle. We are working under pressure. Per year, handling more than 1,500 papers. And only not on one journal, 3 journals. So sometimes happens. So this is just answer your question. Sometimes it's happened. Thank you.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the organizer. That's very interesting conference. In particular, it's very interesting session. In fact, as far as I can remember the series, first of all, if you wish to publish in very prestigious journal, I guess the data needs to be extensive, research and it's a collection not only qualitative but quantitative. So this may determine what sort of research you are involved. The issue, I like the idea of giving to check if you are on the right track or not before submitting that. My question is the overall picture. So it's like a competitive atmosphere. I want to publish, it's like individual rather than group. It's like focusing on extensive data collection rather than one country. For example, if you say, I'm just publishing from Oman and say, who's interested in Oman? So here, generally, I don't know if I'm saying what I'm saying is right or wrong. So correct me please if I'm mistaken. So first of all, extensive amount of data, not only qualitative, plus it's not only oriented to one particular context like Oman or other countries. Look at my question.
Okay. Regarding the context, we have to come back again to what's the contribution. To be honest with you, maybe I'm sorry, I don't agree with Muhammad. Maybe about you have to try. You have to try many journals, even if only quantitative. The issue is the contribution. The contribution. But how about context? If I answer this question might be disappointed you, but at the journal, Q1 or Q2, we don't accept any paper, that just replication in new context. We directly reject. This is my experience with it. Directly reject. Let's say we have some extensive data, it's already the paper published in US, but you replicate the paper and you collect data, whatever, quality, quantity, mixed, whatever. But you have new context. Okay. You have two scenarios here. If you already have two contexts, a new context, but you have a strong contribution, I might accept the paper and will pass the disk rejection. But as an editor-in-chief, I don't recommend to see paper. You just mentioned in the introduction that we have this paper have been done in US, and I'm the first one who will do this in Oman. Once I see, once you say first study, sometimes give you disadvantage, no advantage. So avoid to see, and this one avoid to mention that it is my first study, blah, blah, blah. Try to use another word, because if you say first study, that means you attract my attention to focus more. No, it is not a first study, because there are many studies you miss sometimes. We read many papers. The eyes of the reviewer, the eyes of the editor-in-chief read many papers. He's aware about the field. Of course, I don't know everything for all things, but at least I have some background. So, coming back to your question, context, new context, it might be rejected from Q1 or Q2. But if you have a good contribution, it's another story. Okay? I hope I answered the question. Okay.
Okay. Actually, the researcher should consider the research as a product. And the main issue, how to promote and how to market your product. Okay? The context is not the end of our story. Okay? We can do something novel and with solid contribution with any context. But how to deliver it, how to present your article, how to convince the reader, how to convince yourself before the reader and the reviewer. If you are doing something helpful, valuable, and beneficial. Okay, so if we are talking about Oman, your question about Oman, okay, and you are in competition, believe me, based on my experience, I don't have bias toward Oman, but I am completely honest. Oman is the best environment to conduct research. Why? Why? You have diversity everywhere. Diversity in people, diversity in workplaces, diversity in infrastructure, diversity in resources, diversity everywhere. This is how to develop your research. Okay? There are many places, there are many areas to do something new, to add contribution everywhere. Okay? For me, right now, all of my articles in the last 3 or 5 years focused on Oman. Focused on Oman. In different disciplines, in different contexts. Actually, I have no issue with the context of my papers. Okay? Why? Honestly, editors and reviewers like the idea to know something new about a new environment. Okay? One example. When I was in Salalah, there is a common and very popular food in Salalah called ma'ajin. You know ma'ajin. And this kind of food actually has a strong sense of people there. Okay, and when I talk with people, why you like this one? Because Dr. Muhammad, this is a part of our culture. This is a part of our identity. You know, I develop a research for this one. Okay, and I connect between spiritual intelligence and consumer behavior toward food, toward the traditional food in Oman. And it has been published in one of the leading journal in the world. Okay? The main issue, again and again, how to promote your products as a researcher. You are a marketer. You are a marketer, okay? Within one line, you can produce something good, and you can convince anyone. I hope it's clear now. You are welcome.
This is the last question.
Okay.
I have as an answer. Some journals are taking very long time for processing the manuscript. That time I was getting confused. Then I have the right to inquire about the status of my article. Only months after that I have to start asking the inquirer the status of my article. Today, you know, making time.
This is a common question in all of my sessions as an editorial, mid editors or as editors, when I have the right to follow up my status of my book. My advice, don't disturb the editor. Yes, if I open my mailbox, my email now, you will find, I can say every day, at least, maybe up to 20, 25 emails. Okay, so imagine some of these 2 years in my journal. Okay, if every month I have 20 emails, can you answer all these emails? No, wait.
I can understand. But 2 years, we are waiting for the processing of the article.
Okay.
But after 2 years, they are giving a review comment. You are different
Okay.
or upselling.
Let me continue answering.
So now, we are reworking for the differential review.
Okay, the first part of my answer is related to the heavy work on the editors. The other issue is actually it depends in the journal. Some journals within 3 days or 7 days they will give you this projection. Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Sometimes 7 days, sometimes 3 months, sometimes 6 months. No response at all. You submit your paper and wait. Just wait. Okay. My advice to you, don't disturb while later because so many emails. But what you can do, normally the journal declare your associate editor or assistant editor or for those who are responsible before production. Okay, if you don't succeed to approach the editor-in-chief and no answer, go down. Go down to who? Send an email for assistant editor. Send an email for assistant editor or sometimes called editorial assistant, depending on the journal. Or you, no choice. I have also older. I have papers sometimes more than 1 year. I cannot do anything. Why? Because even also if I approach the editor and my paper accepted, I'm worried about retraction. Because sometimes compromise review. Because I have Dr. Muhammad, my friend, you here, all of my friends here. So what to do if they send me my email and I accelerate the process? Easy, right? He sent me an email with my friend. And I look into the system and just increase the reviewers, only 2, I make 10. Okay? And paper accepted after 2 months. Are you happy, right? But the issue is not like that. The story is not like that. The hidden behind the line, the paper might be retracted. Why retracted? Retraction is very, you have to be aware about retraction. This can damage your academic life. Only one paper, retraction, can damage your academic life. So, if the story I help you, it might affect you negatively. I leave that because there is no time. Okay.
Well, 2 minutes. Actually, I echo Dr. Muhammad's opinion, but I'd like to add something for you. Okay. First of all, please consider that the editor is a human before an editor. The editor has a special life, social life, academic life, and research life. Okay? Also, don't be in rush asking for your paper every time. But to be clear, there is reasonable time to wait, we can wait for. But if the submission is still without any progress for a specific time, I recommend you to take a rest, don't worry. Take a rest and email the editor. But in your email, please try to find some reason why you ask for your submission status. Okay? For example, I wait for an average. I wait for 6 months or 8 months. This is the most. Okay? If I submit an article and my article without any update on any progress within 6 months, I wrote to the editor. I wrote to the editor. But how to write to the editor? Please, I submit my article, blah, 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 by blah, 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 blah. Ever since I didn't get any feedback. Please, if possible, or something politely, kindly asking for the status of your article. In all cases, nothing to lose. Don't worry, okay? A main part of any researcher to take the risk. Don't worry, okay? So, but be patient, be kind with the editor. I know, sorry for this, but I mean, we have to be polite, we have to be kind with the editor while writing an email asking for our submission. Okay?
Don't send the email every month.
No.
This one will lead to, be honest with you. If I receive many emails within 3 months, 4 months, what I have to do? Okay. I will accelerate your process and reject. Not personally, because you are using some of them using some very tough words. What you are doing, and something like this. I wait for 6 months, nothing. So this very cannot be accepted. Yeah. You have to be, as Dr. Mohammed, be polite when you low down the tune. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that was really not enough to receive all the questions and doubts from the researchers, but we have already into the times of our discussion. We are very happy to have you here, and it was very, very informative and valuable insights. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and the panelists for such an engaging and enriching discussion. Please join me once again in showing our appreciation to Dr. Nasser, Dr. Mohammed, Dr. and Dr. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached that point of the day where we can all enjoy a well-deserved break. And lunch is now served at the multi-purpose hall. Please enjoy the break. And we will continue back here at the auditorium for the expert sessions at 2 p.m.
We now come to a special moment of celebration where we recognize the creativity, dedication, and outstanding efforts of our distinguished speakers, of our evaluators as well, and our students. May I kindly invite Dr. Khalid Al-Abri, Assistant Vice Chancellor of UTAS Muscat, and Dr. Badr Shabibi, Deputy Assistant Vice Chancellor for Postgraduate Studies, Scientific Research and Innovation, to the stage to present the awards. At the beginning, we would like to thank Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri. We would also like to thank our sincere appreciation to our evaluators for their time, expertise, and valuable contribution in assessing both the graduation research posters and the Invo Canvas business model Canvas posters. Dr. Rashid Al-Azri. Dr. Muhammad Al-Isai. Dr. Uwais Hussein. And Ms. Rawan Falata. This year, we were delighted to showcase a total of 21 posters representing a range of specializations including accounting and finance, marketing, human resources and logistics, and supply chain management, alongside 4 InfoCanvas BMC posters. May we warmly acknowledge we will start with the first Best ICBS 26 InfoCanvas PMS Poster Award. And the award goes to Blue Save. We now move to the graduation research projects. We are pleased to announce that the second best ICBS 26 Research Poster Award goes to Developing a Sustainable Digital Ecosystem for Adventure Sports Tourism in Oman. And the first place ICBS 26 Research Poster Award goes to the moderating effects of gamification in mobile apps on purchase intention, a study with reference to the Oman Oil app. All participants will receive certificates in recognition of their participation and valuable contribution. Thank you, Dr. Bada. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. We now move on into our expert sessions. It is a pleasure to welcome Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri, Vice President for Sustainability at Sohar Port and Free Zone. He brings valuable experience in sustainability strategy, industrial development, and long-term investment planning. He will be speaking on sustainability as an investment strategy, strengthening Oman's competitive edge. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri.
في هذا الهوم بيج كذا اسوي يعني ولا تمام اوكي تمام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا وجزاكم الله خير على الحضور. يشرفني مجددا أن أكون في هذه الكلية العريقة اللي أعتبرها بصراحة مكان يتوسط التطور الحضاري ووجود الاستثمارات في مسقط، وجود الحوكمة، وجود الأموال والقرارات الاستثمارية. أنا بديت أكون في هذه الكلية، إن شاء الله switch to English إن شاء الله بعد شوية، لكن أنا بديت أكون في هذه الكلية في زيارات الكلية في 2000 تقريبا و15 أو 16 بالقرب من مراكز الهندسة والتكنولوجيا والأبحاث والعلوم. And now, if I could please ask all of you to sit down. Can I ask everybody please to sit down? شباب لو سمحتوا، شباب بنات لو سمحتوا. Can I ask you all to please sit down so that we can benefit from the talk and maybe exchange some perspectives on the next 20 minutes or so. Please sit down and be comfortable. So I take the opportunity to really thank Dr. Khalid, Dr. Zamzam, and the rest of the faculty for the kind invitation for today. And I take really pride to come back to UTAS one more time, and it really feels home, feels the nucleus of innovation, the nucleus of where ideas come together from the various dimensions into how we could together shape a future that is more resilient, that is more sustainable, and that is more prosperous to everybody in this country. And also extend the humbleness to stand up here before you, to the academics, to the researchers, to the students, that I was in your seat some 20 years or so back. And if there's anybody from industry, then to the colleagues from industry who are also joining me today. I'll be talking about and giving some perspectives on how do we see business sustainability and innovation, and how that interplay is playing out across the dimensions. The first dimension is that we need to secure growth. I come from industry, I represent industry, so we need to secure growth. But also, as the other dimensions continue to emerge, and one of them is sustainability, the other one is innovation, then what is that interplay between these three dimensions? So in a triangle, if I am to draw a triangle, I would say this is business growth, and this is sustainability, and this is innovation. The question is, do we need to give up any part of innovation or sustainability or business growth so that we can secure the future? Do we need to give up any part so that if we draw the triangle and then we draw a dot in the middle of the triangle, it means we are giving up some parts of sustainability, if this is sustainability at the top, and if the dot is the heart of the triangle, then we are giving up this area. And the same goes to innovation, and the same goes to business growth. Or we could do it all integrated, or functioning very effective, so that we move forward with that resilience and with that mindfulness. So today, again, I will so much emphasize between the three triangles and give an example of what we at Sohar Port and Free Zone, as the biggest industrial cluster in Oman and one of the biggest in the GCC, are doing in the domain. So there is a major shift in investments. And I'm sure anybody who is close to the research domain, to the discussions with investors, or even the dialogues with the financing institutions, would come immediately to a conclusion that things are shifting, and shifting rapidly. For one, only 10 to 15 years ago, when a businessman or woman was thinking to establish anything in Oman, in Sohar, in the GCC, then the first one is, do we have a stable country, i.e. stable policies? Do we have competitiveness of the land, i.e. the land is already or somehow incentivized? How is the energy doing in the country? And do we have access, logistics-wise, whether it's to the inland or to the international community? These were the big domains that the investor used to think about. But nowadays, it's not only those that people think about it. And certainly we see it in Sohar Port and Free Zone. ممكن شباب ممكن جلسة شوية. So we're starting to see now what is that quality of execution that the nation, any nation has, that will assure his business is growing. What is that innovation capability that will ensure that his business will continue to grow in the next 15 or 20 years? Because everybody now in the business domain knows that things are really evolving so fast, be it from technology, be it from solar panels, be it from our mobiles, be it from our smartwatches, and so on and so forth. Everything is moving fast. So now the competitive advantages that are offered to investors are not the legacy ones, are not only the legacy ones, but there is few more things that needs to be offered. And these are shifting from really being purely based on cost and incentives to ones that are really talking about resilience and reliability. I'll give you one example. We've been talking so much over the last few years and maybe decades that Oman is strategically located. There is no better time to really understand this than today. There is no better time to understand this than today, period. Right? So things in the business mindset and the business people are shifting. Anybody who is willing to establish business today, this dimension is becoming important to him / her. That's why, for example, the location also. The location, whether it's Sohar, Salalah, or any part of the Middle East, the GCC, or any part of the world, investors are thinking of ecosystems. Do I have an ecosystem wherein I can plug in my business so that I have the inputs on one side to my business, and then I can sell my outputs to a neighbor in the ecosystem? So that if I produce any byproduct or any waste, it could be taken by anyone in the ecosystem. So that if I need any agility in the supplies of water, cooling water, energy, or anything like this, or even the supply chains, then there is somebody in the ecosystem. So this is shifting from being a sole industry coming up and establishing in Sohar, where there is no value chain, there is no supply chain established, from being one part of the complete supply chain in the ecosystem. The second one is energy availability and reliability and competitiveness. Obviously, this is fundamental. And when we talk about economy, when we talk about economic diversification, which is the vision of Oman 2040, obviously, economic diversification is a term that is much broader than energy. It's much broader than energy. But listen to this. It relies so much on a fully functioning energy system. No economy, no competitive economy, no reliable economy, no growing economy can exist without a fully functioning energy system. And we see it, obviously, today and in the past few years. Compliance, obviously, and transparency, and ESG. So the quick question is, that is becoming so much, and I repeat this, is not that I can establish my industry as a standalone somewhere in Oman or in the region, but how can I leverage the things that exist today, but also position myself really well into the future. So what is the opportunity for Oman? Since we are talking about business sustainability and innovation, obviously, I've talked about the first one, the strategic location, but also the industrial base. We are the biggest industrial cluster in Oman as Sohar, one of the top 3 in the Gulf. We've got really billions of dollars investments that I'll talk about shortly. We're offering really a few products of energy, similar to when you go to the bank asks you that what kind of product you want from the bank. Then we're also working to offer the investors products of energy, whether they wanted conventional gas, conventional power, biofuels, reliable renewable energy, storage energy, and so on and so forth. And the same goes for hydrogen, whether it's blue hydrogen, white hydrogen, green hydrogen, and so on. So we're offering these products in terms of energy to the investor. And obviously, we're working very closely to achieve the vision of Oman 2040, while realizing that the competition in the region is really fierce, is really strong. So we work in a competitive and fast-moving land that we need to prove ourselves and get ourselves ready for the future. Sohar Port and Free Zone is a partnership between Asiyat, which is representing Oman, the government of Oman, and the Port of Rotterdam. So we are 50-50, Omani Dutch. Obviously, that international governance is also what gives investors that reliability, that clarity, and that international mindset. In terms of the things we're doing, there's an infographic, but it's not so clear on the screen, but I'll talk about the numbers. So we're we have successfully secured investments of more than $30 billion, in fact, close to $35 billion over the last 20 years. We have over 3,000 vessels coming and calling for Sohar Port and Free Zone. We've got investors close to 50 countries, i.e. from around the world. We are really huge in terms of area. To the people who went to, for example, the port of Rotterdam, who was the biggest port in the world a few years ago, we have the similar land area to the port of Rotterdam, except that the port of Rotterdam was established in the 14th century, and Sohar was established only 20 years ago. We are a big engine for employment, 42,000 jobs, direct and indirect, in Sohar Port and Free Zone. We've got a lot of companies, so it's an ecosystem that is vibrating, that is really growing. Close to 2,000 companies working and operating and providing services. The trade value in Sohar is more than $44 billion every year. That's the trade value. The trade value in Sohar is $44 billion every year. So it's really massive. It's massive, and that's why it's really important for Oman's economy. Now, how is the investment ecosystem? How is it looking like in Sohar? The first one, as I said, we offer integrated logistics. We combine the logistics with the industry, with the supply chains, with the energy products that the investors are looking for. So we make it available to all of them so that they can choose whatever they want to make them the industries more successful. We offer shared jetty options. Jetty are the legs for export and import. So these are the terminals and the facilities at the port. We also have, I'm working on modular storage, whether it's for ammonia, for methanol, for urea, but also for power storage. And of course, we've got a lot of utilities that are scalable and that are modular. The second one is we are a cluster-based development. You could see at the top, that's our port. So we manage both the port and the free zone. The port is 100% or almost 100% full. And again, this is, the majority of the expansion that is taking place in the free zone. The free zone is more or less 40% taken. We expect that the whole free zone will be full by 24 to 40 or even before. So a big area, a very sizable area that is growing so fast. We've got a global market access. We're really connected to the world, and the world is connected to us. We can transport almost everything and anything from Sohar to the port, to the world, and again from the world to Sohar. And of course, we're really shifting things from the assets thinking that this is only a jetty or this is only a storage facility. So we're shifting the thinking from that narrow mind thinking to really ecosystem orchestration. How do you orchestrate? How do you also shift as the global trade shifts around us? Scalability and sustainability is so much fundamental to us. And with that, we're really working closely with the stakeholders in Oman, including the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, on energy security, but also energy competitiveness and energy availability. To us, this is really fundamental. The second one is the cost competitiveness. We continue to evaluate ourselves, our services, our facilities, in comparison to our peers in the region and globally, to see where we stand and to see how do we develop ourselves to be even more competitive. We're also very fast repositioning ourselves to really think the way investors are thinking. So we're putting ourselves in the shoes of investors, trying to speculate and imagine what things could be interested for them and how could we work with a mentality that we are partners in success rather than we are more of a regulator or a policeman. We operationalize resilience in anything we do, in our systems, in our processes, in our standards, in our partnerships, in our investments. And of course, we see sustainability as a major business enabler for us. One example that we're working on, just to give you a feel of what Sohar is working on, is we're working very closely with the key stakeholders in Oman, and that's the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, the Ministry of Transport, Communications and Information Technology, the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Industry, and of course the Integrated Gas Company, OQ Gas Networks, OQ Alternative Energy, NEMA, and the rest, is to really develop a business case for renewables. And we've done all the scenario modeling for the engineers in the room and for the economists in the room. We've done all the analysis to see what would be the capacity, what would be the optimum renewables that we can bring and we should bring to Sohar, given the current load profile, i.e. industries are consuming this much of energy. You could see it on the red line. The red line there, that's the current consumption of power, of electricity. And you could see what we can bring to Sohar in terms of renewables is the green bell shape that you see on the top right graph there. So that's solar basically, and solar is nothing in the evening and then starts to pick up, and then you could see it covering more or less all of our demand, and then goes down as the sun sets, as the sun goes to set. So that's basically what we evaluated. Of course, when we build the profile that you see on the screen, we've taken all the loads from the companies that are working in Sohar port and free zone. So every single load was taken, and then we made the cumulative that you see in the screen. So that's in terms of what is the optimum load, and that's the way we think in industry. So where do we start? And the start was we should go for 2 gigawatts of renewables that should supply Sohar. The second question was energy system. Where do we bring this 2 gigawatts from? That's the biggest second question. So we evaluated 5 options. The first one was to use small lands around Sohar and Shinas and in Sohar itself. The second one is that we bring renewables from the south. The third one is that we've got some lands given from the Ministry of Housing along the sides of the expressway to Sohar. So from here to Sohar as you go, there are a few lands available at the sides, although maintenance وفيها إشراج وكذا, لكن it could be utilized. And the other 2 options is to use the lands in Ibri, Al-Bremi, and Dhank. So we evaluated 5 options. We saw that the best option is to bring renewables from Al-Bremi and Dhank with a capacity of around 1,100 megawatts, and then around 600 megawatts from Shinas. So we bring the renewables from 2 locations, and that's the energy engineering. For those who are doing engineering in the room, that's energy engineering. That's the system modeling. So we answered the first question is how much we need to bring. The second one is where do we bring it from. The third one is how much the tenants, how much the industry would be paying. That's the energy value. How much the industry would be paying, and that's the important also factor, because we don't want to bring renewables and power that is more expensive than the current power. Otherwise, nobody will buy it, right? So we've evaluated everything. You will see, inshallah, this project shaping up in the soon future. The second one is we have a project that is called Shore Power. Shore Power is, in short, similar to an EV, where you connect the electric vehicle to a charger. So the same thing for ships is that we are installing a system in Sohar port, the first in the region, wherein ships, when they dock, when they come and stop in Sohar port, then they can just put down their cable and connect it to the grid. So thereby they can shut off their engine. Currently, all their engines are on for the cooling, for the restaurants, for the systems. With that, they consume a lot of energy, but also emit a lot of emissions. But if they shut off their engines, then obviously we make a service, we make a business, but also we reduce the emissions in our port. So this is the project. In fact, this is phase 2. We have already got phase 1 operational in Sohar port. We're going now to phase 2 of the shore power. Will be one of the few ports in the world that has and that is offering this shore power. The third one is hydro, and maybe this is interesting for people in the room. We don't have much of water, yes, but there is water somewhere in Oman. So we've got the cooling water canal in Sohar port and free zone. That water canal continues to push water around industries. So it takes the water from the sea, and then we push it around the industries for cooling. It's a cooling water for processes. We're now installing turbines on the top of the canal that will generate electricity renewable around the clock. So this is the project that is also shaping up in Sohar. Again, this is to show transformation. So these are projects. These are projects. Again, I go back to the initial statement that these are products that we are offering our tenants, our stakeholders, our industries. But also, we're establishing clean technology manufacturing in Sohar. Sohar now is becoming a hub for clean technology manufacturing. We've got the first polysilicon manufacturing facility in the Middle East sitting in Sohar. We're commissioning this year the first solar panel manufacturing with JA Solar, one of the top producers in the world, in Sohar. We're establishing industries in Sohar for the ingots and wafers. We're moving to also localize some of the industries for the hydrogen supply chain, water supply chain, and wind supply chain in Sohar. We've got the first LNG bunkering in the Middle East, wherein currently ships and vessels, they use petroleum diesel. يستخدموا الديزل حاليا. But they use currently petroleum diesel to power up their engines, but soon in the future, they'll be using LNG, compressed liquefied natural gas, to power up the engines. So LNG will not be only transported in the domes and the ships that you see, the unique ships that transport LNG, but also as a fuel in the ship itself, a fuel to keep the ship going. And this is the first facility, is a $1.6 billion investment in Sohar, taking shape as we speak. It'll be commissioned 2028, inshallah. So a lot is going on. I want to end my presentation is that we're really bringing together the policy dialogues. We continue to engage with policymakers, with the regulators, with the researchers and think tanks. This is important. We cannot be resilient. We cannot be innovative. We cannot be future ready just by going ourselves. We understand this, we realize this, that's why we continue to work and partner with the key stakeholders. Our thinking continues to take the shape that we need to take to develop a platform, an ecosystem, rather than just singular, isolated industries. We understand that ecosystems are really outperforming projects. So with that, we're pushing really for energy transition. We're pushing to localize clean technology manufacturing in Sohar. We're pushing for sustainable financing. We're pushing for innovation. And with that, we bring that sustainability and resilience into action. I thank you all for the time and for the attendance, and I look forward to continuing the discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah Abri, for that insightful presentation and for highlighting how sustainability, innovation, and future-ready infrastructure can strengthen competitiveness, attract investment, and support long-term growth. We now continue to our next expert session. It is a pleasure to welcome Ms. Nouriya Al-Balushi, Acting Section Head of Innovation Labs at the Central Bank of Oman. Her work focuses on advancing innovation within the financial sector, supporting Fintech initiatives, and helping shape a more agile and future-ready financial ecosystems for Oman. She will be presenting a session titled Insights on Financial Innovation Development in Oman. Please join me in welcoming warmly Ms. Nouriya Al-Balushi.
هذا البوينتر النكست هنا تريد الليزر. تمام، هذا الليزر تعلم عليه ما يحتاج تروح هنا خليك على هذا المايك. انا المايك ضروري عشان اللايف. تمام، بس بسوي لكم برزنتيشن.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا. طبعا مؤتمر مميز وجهود مميزة من المنظمين، نشكركم عليها، وشكرا على الفرصة للمشاركة للحديث عن القطاع المالي وتطورات والابتكار في القطاع المالي. I'm switching to English now. So the presentation is about insights. We're trying to give insights on financial innovation developments in Oman. The Central Bank of Oman has started many years back looking into challenges, problem statements, any areas to advance and to support innovation in Oman, and has worked on many initiatives, many of which have been completed so far. I'll start with an overview of the fintech landscape globally, some strategic initiatives and pillars that we focus on in the central bank to advance innovation, and then we'll conclude with the fintech ecosystem, how it looks currently in Oman. So financial technology, as defined by the Arab Monetary Fund, it's technology that enables innovation in the financial sector. It results into new business models which companies can profit from, new products, new services, with an associated material effect on financial markets. New institutions can be licensed by the central bank and offer new products, new services for the Omanis in the market, especially the young demographic that would like to see further innovation and new products in the market. Financial technology globally, you might have seen already as students of economics that there are many different types of fintech companies around the globe. There is open banking companies, there is payment companies, there is wealth tech, crowdfunding, digital assets or virtual assets, insurtech technology, alternative finance such as buy now pay later, اشتري الآن وادفع لاحقا. There are regtech technologies, there are asset tokenization technologies, and there is more. Fintech to us is important. It aligns with Oman Vision 2040 goals. There are many indicators in Oman Vision 2040 that fintech supports, such as real GDP growth. It helps create additional services within the country. It aligns with the World Governance Indicator Index. It helps make money matters clearer to the consumer. Global Competitiveness Index as well. We start to compete with other countries in matters related to innovation. The percentage of skilled labor in the private sector. The young Omani youth has more opportunities to study and to work and to fintech new business models, services, and products. Omani share of total job created in private sector. More of you can learn and can join the banking sector to work on these new innovations. And the gross private investment percentage of the GDP. There are multiple strategic pillars that we focus on, starting from 2019, many years now. We have focused on a number of strategic pillars to support innovation and to advance it in the financial sector. The pillars are policies, education and academia, research and development, collaboration, accelerator and incubator, funding and capital investment, as well as infrastructure. And all of these pillars help achieve objectives that we have in terms of economic growth, job creation, financial inclusion, financial integrity, supporting startups, SMEs into the market, promoting a more cashless society, and as well as attracting venture capital investment into the country, including foreign investment into the country. Under each pillar, we have multiple initiatives, a lot of which have already been completed, and there is a lot others that we are working on in progress in the bank. Some of the initiatives under policies, you would see that the central bank has already launched in 2018 the National Payment Systems Law, as well as in January 2025, we have published an updated banking law. The previous banking law, written a number of years back, did not have that many enablements for new fintech products. So the banking law has gone through an update process. The new one has been published in January 2025, so about a year and a half back. It has lots of enablements for innovation that the previous law did not have, as well as policy enablers that are done by the central bank, such as cloud computing policy. Fintechs are born on cloud, so it's natural for any fintech company not to think of establishing a physical data center, rather than hosting the solution or the app or the website on a cloud service provider. The cybersecurity and resilience framework is another framework that we have already also issued. This framework comes hand in hand with the cloud policy. So if you're going to host the customer data in cloud, how are you going to protect the customer data? As well as the digital onboarding and electronic KYC policy. The digital onboarding policy or instructions helps the fintechs to not have branches similar to banks. So for fintech companies, it's no longer necessary to have a branch and physical interaction with the customer. The customer can be fully onboarded into the app without any face-to-face interaction, following certain instructions that the central bank has in place. There is payment service providers policy that was also issued, and we have now 10 licensed payment service provider companies in the country. One of them you may know as Orido Fintech. We have also the Open Banking Regulatory Framework, which was issued in June 2025, last year. Enables any companies who aspire to become open banking companies to get their license and to start immediately operating within the country. As well as the latest, which we have released, is the Buy Now, Pay Later framework, announced in Feb of this year. The Buy Now, Pay Later framework, you may know a company that is very famous that was with us in the FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, QPay. It launched in Oman under the CBO FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, and now we have released the regulation for the similar business model. There is also guidelines on card tokenization that helps safeguard card information from being hacked or from being transferred outside the country. We have multiple collaborations in order to achieve these strategic initiatives. We don't work alone. We always work with our strategic partners to ensure success and also to take feedback and improve, continuous improvement. We have regional and international collaborations with other central banks. We have collaborations with the Arab Monetary Fund. We have collaborations within the GCC as well. We have a FinTech working group. We have our collaboration as well with Istidamah program. We have multiple collaborations where we have participated in conferences to support, and we have conducted different hackathons or collaborated in hackathons that were released by other entities. Under education and academia also we have multiple initiatives. The FinTech Professional Certificate with the College of Banking and Financial Studies. It's proud to graduate its third cohort next month. 2 cohorts already graduated. Within the 2 cohorts that graduated are also employees from the central bank. So we released the program in collaboration with CBFS, and then we also benefited from it. Employees of banks and employees of fintech companies are also benefiting from the program. In SQU, we have also introduced a fintech course where students learn all the fundamentals about fintech business models. We have also done an AI hackathon with CBFS, and we have also done with the bank's employees FinBlock program on blockchain for capacity building on blockchain. In terms of research and development pillar, also we work on this pillar. We try to participate in multiple research papers to understand the latest trends of what's happening in different countries, and to make sure Oman is also scaling and is also able to compete, not only within the GCC, but also globally. We also work on our infrastructure. Maybe our most famous infrastructure that we have is the National Payment Systems infrastructure. We have the RTGS system, the ACH system, payment gateway system. We have different systems that we manage internally in the central bank for the whole country. We have also launched, in collaboration with Mala'a, the National Electronic Know Your Customer and Customer Digital Onboarding for banks to be able to digitally onboard customers without the need of a branch or face-to-face interaction. Also, one of our projects that we are focusing on this year is a central bank digital currency. We are trying to advance. Multiple countries are working on researching and understanding central bank digital currency, and we are working on the same. Accelerators and incubators is also another pillar that we work on. We try to take startup companies into different awareness programs and training programs, as well as the Fintech Regulatory Sandbox, which is a global approach by many central banks to allow companies to enter the market and live test new products and services in the absence of regulation. We have also tried to help the new startups with funding. So for this, we thank ITCA Group. We signed an MOU early on in 2024 with ITCA Group to help them fund our fintech startups, and 3 of our Omani fintech startups have already received funding from Future Fund Oman. Maybe a little bit more about our academic collaborations. Since we are here in Utah, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with Utah that was announced on the central bank's social media channels. The idea of the memorandum of understanding is to exchange updates on fintech trends, conduct joint research, and organize joint conferences, competitions like hackathons and others. Also, the Fintech Professional Certificate with CBFS, which is a 1-year program that focuses purely on financial technology and innovation. Maybe just to dive deeper into the Fintech Regulatory Sandbox. The Fintech Regulatory Sandbox is one of the enablers or one of the approaches that many central banks around the world use to not to limit innovation until there is licensing. We don't ask you to immediately proceed to licensing. There is always the possibility to live test the new innovation, the product in the market, sort of like a pilot or a beta test, before fully launching it into the market and scaling up. It's a global approach. It has its own governance framework, which we launched in 2020. You can see in this slide the timeline of the Fintech Regulatory Sandbox. It's a program that we have for many years, since 2020 when we launched the framework. In 2021, we started with the innovation in payments cohort. So we announced the innovation in payments cohort. Multiple companies, some Omani startups, some international, some other companies have approached us. Some companies have joined. We have issued the payment services regulation post-testing in the sandbox, and some of the companies have proceeded to licensing, obtained their license, like OnPay. In 2022, we launched the blockchain cohort for banks. In 2023, we launched the alternative modes of finance cohort. In the alternative modes of finance, we tested different things, and we took different companies for buy now, pay later, for microfinance, for crowdfunding. All of these companies are advancing, one of which you know, which is QPay for buy now, pay later. Maybe you also know Zumar, which is Roska, works on electronic جمعيات. In 2024, we worked on our open banking cohort. Companies have joined, and we have released the framework for that. In 2025, we took companies that work on digital identity verification. In order for a full onboarding process without any face-to-face interaction, digital identity verification tools help in that matter, as well as financial inclusion for fintech companies to start offering products and services for the not so much served segment in Oman by banks, such as blue-collar workers. Also, we continue in our strategic collaboration. So the central bank is not the only regulator in the financial sector. We regulate banks, we regulate finance leasing companies, we regulate the exchange houses, we regulate fintech companies, payments, and others, open banking, digital banks. But there is the other regulator, Financial Services Authority, that regulates capital market, insurance, and virtual assets. So the strategic collaboration here was important to ensure that we have this dialogue and we leverage the resources and expertise from both sides, and we provide the streamlined journey for any fintech idea, also to help the innovators scale. Sometimes the innovators have an idea that starts in banking, but then they want to scale it to insurance or to capital market. So this strategic collaboration created a joint team from the Innovation and Fintech Department and CBO, as well as the Innovation and Fintech Department in FSA, a joint team between both innovation departments to evaluate new ideas and to take in companies into sandbox for testing. We signed the collaboration. Of course, it's a formal collaboration, so we signed the collaboration in May 2024. The idea is to increase accessibility and inclusion of underserved segments, to jointly introduce, as two regulators, jointly introduce new products, new services, new solutions in the financial services sector, enhance the market participation, as well as draft any supporting regulation that's required moving forward. The buy now, pay later journey in the FinTech regulatory sandbox started 2023 with the launch of the cohort. Many companies, local, international, were interested. Some companies joined, and out of the companies who joined, there were some companies who were supported with funding from Future Fund Oman. The companies live tested, scaled up in the market. We issued the regulation, and now it's up to the fintech companies to approach our licensing department, get its license, and launch full scale for the whole market. This is my last slide. This is the fintech ecosystem, as you may see it. It shows that we don't work alone, basically. There are many collaborations that are needed, that are necessary for all of the success stories that I talked about. It's never only the central bank. There is a lot of collaboration, regional, international, and within Oman, with many government entities, academia, as well as the private sector. Some of the banks are very proactive. They help a lot with a lot of our initiatives. NBO has launched its FinTech Accelerator, and they have taken a lot of startups in 2 batches into the FinTech Accelerator to train, to educate, to support, to fund eventually, and for the companies to eventually launch. Many companies have graduated and have got their license as payment service providers, and now that we have the digital bank license as well, we expect to have digital banks in Oman. We expect also to have open banking companies in Oman. We expect to have buy now, pay later companies in Oman to launch full scale. So hopefully with all of this development, you will see a very different financial sector, more digitized, huge digital transformation, no need for branch visits anymore, new services that maybe the current players are not offering in the market. And then it's up to you to also continue this journey with any ideas that you have, companies that you want to establish, innovations that you want to try. It's up to you to work on your projects, and we really support you in that journey. Thank you very much, and this is my last slide.
Thank you, Ms. Nouri Al-Balushi, for that excellent presentation and for sharing valuable perspectives on Oman's fintech ecosystem, academic partnership, and the opportunities ahead for innovation and digital transformation. And with that, we come to the close of our first day of the first International Conference on Business and Sustainability. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to sincerely thank all of our distinguished speakers, guests, partners, evaluators, students for this memorable event. Your presence, engagement, and contributions have made this day meaningful. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening.